Okay, thank you everybody for joining. This is it. We're in the home stretch right now. We've got the final rally for Kamala Harris taking place now. Just in any moment now we can get into that. But this is it. This is the home stretch. I hope that everybody watching right now has cast a ballot or has a plan to cast their ballot tomorrow. Tomorrow is election day. That you have reached out to your friends and families for their plan to vote, to turn out to vote on election day. Let's talk a little bit before this rally begins, because I know everybody has the exact same question here. How do I feel? I feel good, and I really do. I feel a lot different than I think I would have a few months back when we were in the summertime figuring out how to contend with the failing polls as far as Joe Biden was concerned, but I feel really good right now. The Ann Seltzer poll played a big part in that. I really do think that when you have a pollster as respected as she is, coming out and showing Kamala Harris leading in that state of Iowa, which as far as we're all concerned is a true red state, by 3 points, I think it tells us something about what the pollsters more broadly may not have been willing to say, and that is that there is momentum in this country. I think that they may have been more focused on preserving their reputations among Trump supporters after not getting it right on Trump's behalf in 2016 and in 2020. And so now the way that they weight these polls on behalf of Republicans, I think puts on full display the extent to which they are helping these people to preserve their own reputations. I think my audio is a little low, so let's see how this is. Okay, let me know if this is any better. I think I just changed my audio to make it a little bit louder here as we are awaiting this final rally stream to begin. Again, for people just tuning in, this should begin momentarily, so stick around because that's going to happen any minute now. By the way, just a quick reminder for those who are watching right now, I will be doing live election coverage tomorrow for Election Day. I have a map from Decision Desk HQ that's going to be accurate down to the county level. So the same thing that you used to watch on TV, on CNN, and all the other networks, I will have that. And it'll be updating by the minute here. So I'll have accurate county level data, state level data, federal data, and we can go through the map. We can talk about everything tomorrow. So I'll be on probably at 5 p.m. Eastern or so, 2 p.m. Pacific, and we'll make a long one out of it. So make sure you have coffee and that you have a plan to watch tomorrow. But more importantly, make sure that you are all set to vote tomorrow. That's going to be first and foremost. So anyway, getting back to the question of what I was talking about before, how do I feel? That Ann Seltzer poll really did change things because I do think that it tapped into something that we may not have, that the pollsters more broadly may not have been willing to say, and that is that there is a deep groundswell of enthusiasm and support for Kamala Harris, for Democrats, that kind of belies the polling that we've seen thus far. I think everybody is so afraid to draw the ire of Donald Trump and Republicans that they'll actually bend over backwards not to show any polls where he's down, because God forbid he makes a mean tweet about them, and so they have to overweight all of these Republican responses because God forbid they have anything that happened in 2016 and 2020 happen again. And so now we have all of these polls where even if Kamala Harris is actually leading in Iowa by several points, well, they'll have it so weighted in Trump's favor that, of course, it wouldn't show Kamala Harris leading. And by the way, I think that's to Republicans' advantage. I do think that they benefit from that. Republicans right now want to give the impression that they are the overwhelming favorites in this election so that if and when they lose in this election, they can say, no, we couldn't possibly have lost because look at all the polls. We were up 4 points, 5 points, 7 points, 10 points. So these polls that are overweighting Republican favorability actually redound to their benefit and can serve as a basis for them to eventually cry fraud, because they can say, oh, there's no way Kamala Harris could have possibly won. Look at all the polling leading up to Election Day. But if the polling is weighted in Republicans' favor, then that's completely moot. It completely debunks itself. So in any case, the overall takeaway is do not look at the polls. Do not worry about the polls. Focus only on making sure that you have a plan to vote. If you haven't already voted, that your friends and family have a plan to vote. If they haven't already voted, look, everybody has to do something here. It is not going to be up to the courts to save us, prosecutors to save us, the Attorney General to save us, the Democratic Party to save us. We have agency. It's not just the courts' country. It's not just the prosecutor's country. It's not just the Democratic, the DNC's country. It is our country. It's our rights. We have a lot at stake here. Whether it's folks' freedom to marry who they want, for our ability to get reproductive freedom, birth control, interstate travel, to read what books we want to read, like whatever it is. Everybody has a vested interest in making sure that we all do our part and make sure that we are all prepped for this election. Now, I'm getting some questions about vote by mail. Who votes more by mail, Democrats or Republicans? Right now, I believe it's Democrats, but a lot more Republicans have voted early and by mail this election cycle. So it's pretty difficult to read the tea leaves and glean some information here that would determine whether this election is stronger or weaker than previous elections for Democrats. So I wouldn't read too much into anything. You can, of course, set yourself into a pit of despair if you do want to do the doom strolling and go on the polar coaster, but I wouldn't focus too much on that right now. What I would really focus on is just making sure that we're doing what we need to do. But yeah, I mean, the polling at this point is a really difficult thing to manage here, because it's just every election cycle is so different. We can't really compare the COVID election cycle with a non-COVID election cycle, and vote by mail has really been especially prevalent now more than ever. And so I wouldn't focus too much again on that. Let's see, we are still waiting. Let's see if we can maybe grab a different stream if this stream isn't beginning yet. Give me just one quick sec, because I do want to get this rally started. All right, so we do have a PBS stream available, and then we'll go back to this one. But I think we can go.
Give it up for our future president, Madam Kamala Harris, y'all.
Okay, so as we await some movement here, the beginning of this final rally on Election Day Eve, throw some questions in the chat and I will be doing my best to answer them in the meantime. By the way, just a note, we are on YouTube Live, we're on Facebook Live, and we are on Twitch right now. So shout out to everybody watching on all the different platforms. New on Twitch here, so hello to everybody on Twitch as well. Trying to take my own advice here and meet people where they are. And I know there's a lot of people on these different platforms, not just YouTube, so I want to make sure that we talk to everybody where they are actually consuming their content. Okay, here's a very important question I'm getting. Will the election be called tomorrow night? Maybe. That's my best answer. It completely depends on how close everything is. I think that we do have the possibility that we can see North Carolina and Georgia get called tomorrow night. Unlikely that we'll see Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin get called. I believe that that could be more a Wednesday thing. And as far as Arizona and Nevada are concerned, that could take days, that could take a week. We're not sure. But in terms of the actual election, look, if Kamala overperforms and wins North Carolina and Georgia, then it becomes pretty clear what this election is going to look like. If she were to then win some combination of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania by a larger margin than the votes that are outstanding, then I think we'll get an early call in one or two or possibly all three of those states. But keep in mind that Republicans in the legislature in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin have prevented the mail ballots from being counted before Election Day. So whereas Michigan is able to count their mail-in ballots 8 days prior, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin are both only starting to count their ballots on Election Day itself that have been mailed in previously. So this is what it looks like when Republicans take control and purposefully ensure that the gears of government are grinded to a halt because they think it'll redound to their political benefit. They want the same thing that happened in 2020 to happen again, which is that there is this sense of a red mirage where Trump is winning the Election Day vote, and only after they begin to count the mail ballots late does the Democrat start to claw their way back. Will Kamala Harris claw her way back? And then this way they have a predicate to be able to say, oh, wait, we were winning in the beginning. Then where did they find all these Democratic ballots? We have vote dumps at 2 a.m., vote dumps at 3 a.m. Those vote dumps are just them counting ballots. And they apparently don't like that. That's apparently proof of nefarious activity. And so they kept it that way on purpose. Whereas Democrats took full control of Michigan and they changed the laws to ensure that their state could count ballots earlier. That's the difference between a Republican-controlled legislature and a Democratic-controlled legislature. Do I believe that she'll get Nevada? I do. I think it's going to be more of a landslide than we think. I think Kamala will win Nevada. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. I'm not sure about Arizona, but I do think it's going to go to her in a lot of these battleground states. I think probably Georgia is also a tough one, but my guess is that Arizona and maybe Georgia will go to Trump, and that she'll win the blue wall states of Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Nevada. That's what I think. Hopefully I'm not smoking too much hopium here, but this is what I think will happen. I'm getting the question, how about Florida? I don't think that Kamala will win Florida. I don't think she'll win Texas as much as I would like to see it happen. Let's see. I do know that we have a different stream here that we can jump into. And that is the Kamala Harris stream. So give me just one quick sec. Okay. Thank you again to people just tuning in. We are seconds away from getting this stream to connect to the actual rally itself. This will be the final rally. Just doing a little bit of prep here as we await tomorrow. Again, for people just joining, keep in mind I will be doing live election results. I will have a live election map where I can go down to county level data. We can talk about the returns as they come in. So whatever data the TV networks have, I will have right here on YouTube, right here on Twitch, right here on Facebook. So please make sure to tune in tomorrow as we await returns for Election Day. Again, I do presume that we will have results tomorrow night for North Carolina and Georgia. Less likely Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and almost certainly not in in Arizona and Nevada. So just something to keep in mind if you are planning on making sure that we have a result tomorrow, might want to rethink plans. This thing might go a few days longer, but again, it all depends on what the vote looks like. If it is as close as the media has been saying it's going to be, then every vote's going to matter, and we're going to have to wait until we count all these, ballots that come in through the mail, as long as they're postmarked for Election Day in the states that allow it. We're going to have to wait for provisional ballots, overseas ballots, military ballots. So, but if it's a blowout and she's already leading by a margin wider than the ballots that are remaining, they'll be able to call it. So again, I'll have all of that data available tomorrow, so make sure that wherever you're tuning in, whatever platform you're watching, check in with me so that you can watch it with me live. Let's do this. I think I'm going to go back to the PBS rally because the official feed here is not giving me what we want. That's better. Okay, back to some questions. How do I feel about the chances of a Democratic House and or Senate? I think Democrats are going to take the House. The Senate is going to be a slog. I am not sure what's going to happen with regard to the Senate. Remember, there's a few interesting races to keep an eye on as far as the Senate's concerned. I think one race that's going to be interesting for the Senate is going to be Nebraska, where independent candidate Dan Osborne has kind of surged out of nowhere to basically run neck and neck with Republican incumbent Deb Fischer. For an independent candidate with no major political party backing to be even with a Republican senator in a Republican state goes to show the appeal that he has. And that was prior to the last few days where his name has really surged into the spotlight. I did an interview with him on my YouTube channel just a few days ago, and hundreds of thousands of people were able to see that. So I do think that that could be a sleeper race. And if Dan Osborne does win and unseats Deb Fischer in the Senate, that will far and away be the upset of the cycle. There is also the possibility that Colin Allred could unseat Ted Cruz, because Ted Cruz is the most smug person on earth, but certainly in the U.S. Senate. And so it is likely that could be a close race. Certainly the incumbent Republican Senator Ted Cruz is favored there, but that doesn't mean that there isn't still a possibility that he could be unseated. So I would keep an eye on those two races. Also, just more broadly, one of the races. This isn't in the U.S. Senate, but one race where I would be especially focused is what happens in the presidential in Iowa. I mean, we all saw the Ann Seltzer poll come out just a couple of days ago, showing Kamala Harris leading 47-43. To give you an idea of how accurate Ann Seltzer is, the last time she missed on a presidential poll was in 2004. That's the last time she missed on a presidential poll. I calculated the differential between her polling and the actual results, and over the last 2 decades, she's been off by an average of 1.8 points. That's it. So if you think about that, she's off by an average of 1.8 points, and yet the margin that she gave in this race was 3 points in Kamala Harris's favor. So even if she's wrong by the average, that would still put Kamala up by 1 point in the state of Iowa. And look, even if she's close and Kamala doesn't win, but let's say Kamala loses by 1 or a half a point, and Ann Seltzer was off by 3.5 points, that is still a 6-point swing from the previous, or is it more than that? How much did Trump win Iowa by? I think he won by 8 points or 9 points. Let's find out. Trump won Iowa by 8 points in 2020. That means even if Ann Seltzer is off by 3.5 points and Trump just barely ekes out a victory in Iowa, that means that he has lost 7.5 points from 2020. If he's enduring 7.5 point swings from the previous election, that would be a disaster for Trump in states across the country. And granted, it may be state specific. It may just be because Iowa, for example, is a state that just a few months ago had its 6-week abortion ban come into effect. Maybe Iowa is different. I mean, look, Iowa voted for Barack Obama by 10 points in 2008. Voted for Obama by, I think, 9 points in 2012. So Iowa is not necessarily in the same category as every other red state. This isn't Mississippi here. But it's a state that voted for Donald Trump in the last 2 election cycles. And as I said, the last one was 8 points. I believe the previous one was 9.5 points. So this is a pretty red state for all intents and purposes. And if we are seeing swings of 6, 7, 8, or if the poll is correct, 11 points, that would be cataclysmic for Trump in this election. So everything remains to be seen, but a lot of races that I'm definitely keeping an eye on. So let's see. Can we flip the Texas and Florida Senate seats? Those are going to be the closest races in the Senate. I would say the advantage probably goes to the Republican incumbents, but definitely races to keep an eye on. Remember, there are issues like abortion on the ballot in Florida. That means that we are going to get a lot of people out to the polls for whom abortion is a major issue. I think that will have down-ballot benefits for Debbie Mukersel-Powell in Florida. But these are tough states. Let's not delude ourselves into thinking that, that Florida is is New Jersey. Let's not delude ourselves into thinking that Texas is going to be an easy win. We have been working to flip Texas for years, and we are getting closer and closer and closer, but there is a lot of work left to do. And look, Texas is a tough state to register voters in unto itself. These states are dealing with the effects of voter suppression laws, and they're going to be tough. But I'll definitely be keeping a very close eye out for the Senate races in Florida and Texas and Nebraska, and I would definitely recommend that you all take a look at those as well. As far as Missouri is concerned, there isn't anybody better than Lucas Kunce, who's running against Josh Hawley, but I think it's going to be an uphill battle, but keeping an eye on that as well. Do I think that having gone through this 4 years ago that we'll be able to prevent the past from happening again? I hope so. Everybody did a lot of work to ensure that it doesn't. But the fact is that we're contending with a right-wing ecosystem that is enormous. We're contending with Republicans who lie without any scruples. We're contending with people who fall victim to Republican disinformation, and so it's difficult. But I think that a lot of the mistakes that we made 4 years ago, like assuming that Kamala would just be the winner and not even bother going to places like Wisconsin, we certainly didn't fall into those same traps. Kamala and Tim Walz and a lot of their surrogates have been crisscrossing the country, including in this rally, this final rally right here. So certainly don't think that it's going to be the same issue. I think that if it doesn't go Kamala's way, it will not be for lack of trying. And but it remains to be seen. Like I said, for those who are just tuning in, I think that Kamala Harris is going to win. I think she's going to overperform these polls by a pretty large degree. I think she's going to win Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Nevada in the battleground states. I think it's probably less likely Arizona and Georgia, but certainly possible. It's going to be close. Remember, Georgia was decided by 0.2 of a point. All right, let's get some more questions here. What do I think has been the biggest detriment to Trump during this election? I think the biggest detriment to Trump during this election is Trump. It's his ability to just say whatever errant, fleeting thought is going through his head and falls out of his face. I think that Donald Trump speaking extemporaneously is his biggest liability. When you have Trump go up there on stage and go on this freewheeling rant that he calls the weave because he thinks that's enduring, he thinks that's alluring or endearing rather, and he's going off about World War II not happening yet, and Obama being the president, and windmills killing birds and magnets and sharks and Hannibal Lecter. Like, that doesn't help his standing. I don't know what he thinks it is. I think he just thinks that words coming out of his mouth are enough of a gift to the world that he just spouts them off. That his stream of, that we should just thank our stars that we have the privilege of listening to his stream of consciousness, and that he doesn't actually have to think about what he's going to say, because the gift of just sitting there and letting these words hit us in the face is already enough unto itself. It's not. He sounds like an absolute moron. And there is a limit, I think, to how the words that he says at his rallies and his mouthpieces say at his rallies can actually have no impact. He's gotten so used to being like Teflon Don that I think he just thinks anything can be said at his rally and it'll be totally fine. In reality, we know that what's said at his rallies can have an adverse effect. Just look at what happened at Madison Square Garden, where Trump went off against where the comedian that Donald Trump tapped for his campaign rally, Tony Hinchcliffe, went off about Puerto Rico being a floating island of garbage. You think that had no effect? You think that there haven't been Puerto Ricans and Latinos across this country who heard that and said that was my final straw? Because there absolutely have been. We've seen it on the news. We've seen dozens and dozens and dozens of people just in anecdotal reporting coming out and saying that was a major straw for them. So I wouldn't go as far as to think that whatever happens in Trump rallies don't matter and that he can just get away with anything because it's Trump and like Trump will be Trump, right? Locker room talk, whatever it is. What he says matters. What his mouthpieces say matter. And I think we're seeing the consequences of that right now in the aftermath of what is really a dismal showing for him in terms of momentum in this final week. By the way, just for those tuning in, thank you everybody for joining this live stream, and keep in mind that I will be doing live election results tomorrow, all day, all night, and for as many days as we need to before the election is actually called.
Take precaution before I step to meet my girl, you know, 'cause in some motion, you'll think she's the best thing in the world. She's so high, she'll drive you right out of your mind, steal your heart when you're blind. Beware, she's scheming, she'll make you think you're dreaming. You'll fall in love and you'll be screaming, demon. Poison, deadly, moving it slow. Looking for a mellow fellow like DeVoe, getting paid late. So better lay low, scheming on hot money and the whole shit. The low pro hoe should be cut like an afro. So what you saying, huh? She's winning to you, but I know she's a loser. How did you know? Me and the crew used to do her.
Okay, let's get back to some questions here. I don't have a list of the most important House races that I'm looking for right now. Offhand, I can say that Pennsylvania's 7th congressional district is going to be especially important. I believe Virginia's 7th as well are going to be bellwether districts, but I'll have more on that tomorrow when we do our full election stream. What are the chances if Trump wins that he gets more convictions, sees any jail time, or has consequences for his actions? Very little. He'll have his own DOJ withdraw their prosecutions in D.C. and Florida. We won't see any sentencing in New York, and we won't see the prosecution in Georgia move forward, much less any potential indictment for the same thing as Georgia happen in Arizona. So we won't see anything move forward. There's a DOJ guidance that says a sitting president can't be prosecuted, indicted. So that will freeze, and I wouldn't even be surprised if he uses his power to make it just go away. But in any case, that's the reality of that question. Wisconsin was a huge battleground in 2020. Where does it stand now? I think it's still a huge battleground right now. I would not sleep on Wisconsin for a second. Tammy Baldwin and Eric Hovde are neck and neck in the U.S. Senate. Trump and Kamala have been polling neck and neck in the U.S. Senate. Some good news out of Wisconsin is that it is right next to Iowa, where, again, Ann Seltzer just had that poll released showing Kamala up by 3 points over Donald Trump. So I think that when you take into account two things: the fact that Iowa is right next to Wisconsin, and also that they're demographically very similar. I think that could tell us a little bit, that can inform us a little bit about what we might also be able to expect out of Wisconsin. What state do I think is the most underrated shock? I think Oklahoma has counties that will shock people. I would love to see Oklahoma have counties that shock people. I think based on the poll, I would love to see what happens if we're talking underrated, I think everybody understands that the 7 battlegrounds are where we're going to be looking at, especially on Election Day. But so it's hard to say that the most underrated state is going to be like North Carolina, because everybody's waiting to see the results in North Carolina. I do think Iowa is going to be definitely something to look at that's flying under the radar. Do I think North Carolina is truly in play? Yes, I do. I do think North Carolina is truly in play. And the reason that I think that is not just because of the polling, but also because Donald Trump was in North Carolina today. The fact that he's in North Carolina doesn't signal anything good for him. This is a state that he won in 2020. If he is spending the final day of the election cycle in North Carolina, they're probably seeing some internal polling that shows them doing poorly enough that it warrants another trip on November 4th to North Carolina. Do I think that Judge Merchan, and that's the judge in New York, will change his sentencing after the election results? No, I think that whether there is sentencing depends on the election results. But if Donald Trump loses the election, then no, I think we're going to see him sentence Donald Trump as he was supposed to be sentenced. Do I think Florida is in play? I think Florida is in play for the U.S. Senate, not as much in the presidential race. I'm not necessarily looking for a Kamala win in Florida, as much as I'd like to see it. Is anyone tracking state legislature Republican and Democrat changes considering the interstate compact? Okay, so that question is about the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. Right now, there are still a few states where the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact is waiting to be adopted, and whether Democrats can take the majority in those states will determine whether they'll sign on to the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. As far as I know, right now we are at 209 electoral votes within the National Popular Vote Compact. Let me try to find a map where. Okay, so it has not been adopted in Nevada, and it won't be adopted in Nevada because we don't have the gubernatorial seat. And we are still waiting for adoption in Virginia, North Carolina, Michigan, Arizona, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. That means that it was just passed by one legislative chamber, but not the other. So if we're able to get unified control of government, like in Michigan, for example, where it's not passed, I would be interested to see why they're sitting on it. Same in Virginia. Right now there's Glenn Youngkin as the governor, but if Democrats are able to win control of Virginia, they could sign on. North Carolina, we will not gain control of North Carolina because of the extent to which they've gerrymandered that state, so that will remain in pending status. But Arizona, we have the opportunity to flip the chamber, and so we'll see what happens in that state. But yeah, a lot of implications for the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact here. And I'm getting a question, is the U.S. ever going to reform its electoral college system to remove the absurdity of the swing state focus? And the way that they can do that is by adopting the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. But again, to be able to do that, we need states representing 270 electoral votes, and we just don't have those states right now. The way we get those are to make sure that Democrats take control of the legislatures in the states that still haven't adopted it, which we're waiting for. I got the question, am I going to sleep tomorrow? The answer to that is probably not. It's going to be a late night tomorrow. I would just caution everybody. Late night tomorrow. I'm getting the question, how long do I think it'll realistically take to get results from the election despite all of the Republican interference? I think that we will probably see the election results in North Carolina and Georgia come in tomorrow. Those states are quick to count. I think that we may either Tuesday or Wednesday see the results from the blue wall states. That's Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. But depending on how close it is, the closer it is, the more unlikely it is that we'll see results right away. Because if it's that close, then we need to get every mail ballot in that's outstanding. We need to get the provisional ballots, overseas ballots. We need to make sure every vote is counted. If by the time they count a certain number of votes and that number, the margin is already greater than the votes that are remaining, they can call it. But until that happens, they're not going to call it.
That's the way them boys sound when I walk through the black. Didn't I Uzi that doozy? Shot. Minding up in this, popping up, painting champagne through the ceiling, sipping it up, flicking it up. All this good energy got you all in your feelings. I'm crazy. I'm swearing.
I don't know if the sound is going in and out for you all. Let me know if the sound is going in and out on this rally. Just let me know in the chat.
My name is DJ Cassidy, and I'd like to welcome you all to Election Eve, live from the birthplace of America, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Tonight, we come together to organize for freedom, to organize
All right, let's get
for the future. This weekend alone, 90,000 volunteers knocked on over $3 million in all battleground.
Here we go. This is the stream I've been waiting for.
Knocked on over $3 million in all battleground states, including right here in Pennsylvania. Now we're knocking on the door of Election Day, ready to elect the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Tomorrow, we get out the vote. Tomorrow, we begin a new chapter in the American story. Tomorrow, we elect a president for all Americans. Tomorrow, we send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. But first, we've got a very special night ahead. This is a night we are going to remember for the rest of our lives, before the most important election of our lives. Because tonight, we invite you to take part in the biggest Get Out the Vote rally in brotherly love and sisterly affection. And we are joined by thousands of our brothers and sisters, our friends and family, and our fellow Americans spread across the country. Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Atlanta, Georgia, Raleigh, North Carolina, Phoenix, Arizona, Las Vegas, Nevada, and last but not least, Milwaukee, Wisconsin! Now, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for our next Vice President? I said, are you ready for our next Vice President? Well, let's kick it up and jump it up to the Great Lakes, where earlier this evening, Wisconsin heard from two of America's teachers, Adrian Calvert, and the next Vice President of the United States, Governor Tim Walz. So let's make some noise as I pass the mic to Milwaukee.
Oh, this is wild. I think that they are calling in other cities. I think this is going to be a multi-city thing.
Just wanna be free. Just wanna be free. Wanna be free from all the hurt. Wanna be free from all the pain. What's up, Milwaukee? I am Adrian Calvert, and as a teacher, I know this election is about our future. And tomorrow, we're going forward with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Kamala Harris has the vision to lead this country. And in selecting Tim Walz, she showed that she has the judgment too.
Uh-oh.
So, with that being said, he solves problems, inspires others to do their best, and fights for working families. Milwaukee, can you help him continue the fight in the White House? Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Are you ready for the next Vice President of the United States? Let me hear it. Let me hear it. Let me hear it. Good. All right, everybody, let's give a warm welcome to Tim Walz.
This is so smart. So this stream that's put on by the Harris campaign is multi-city. So there's one rally happening in Philadelphia. This rally is happening in Milwaukee. Very smart.
Small town. My parents live in the same small town.
Wow.
Well, thank you to Adrian, a fellow teacher, for the kind introduction. And can we give it up to three of the best public servants in America, Governor Tony Evers, Senator Tammy Baldwin, Congresswoman Gwen Moore. Send Gwen and Tammy back to Washington. Hello, Milwaukee. I want to start tonight by thanking the love of my life, my wife, Gwen.
Let's go full on, Tim. We'll go full screen here.
And I'm grateful to my two kids, Hope and Gus, for coming along on this amazing journey. And I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out. You could have been anywhere tonight. You all showed up here tonight because you love America. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, as you probably know, there's a little election tomorrow. We get an opportunity tomorrow to shape the future for generations to come. We get the chance to elect a new generation of leadership and have Kamala Harris lead us in a new way forward. Now we're running like everything's on the line because it is. Look, what an incredible journey this last 107 days has been. Look at the movement that Kamala has built in that short amount of time. Now imagine what she'll do in 4 years. And I got to tell you, one of the best parts of this is she has brought back the joy to our politics. Look, this is a pretty amazing journey for me too. A kid from Butte, Nebraska, and a kid from Oakland, California, now find themselves with the opportunity tomorrow to become the next president and vice president of the United States. I can't tell you how proud I am to be on this ticket with Kamala. From her very first day, from a prosecutor to a district attorney to the attorney general of the largest state in the nation to a United States senator and to vice president, she has had one client the entire time: the people of this country. This is a servant leader who stood up for women and children against predators and abusers. She stood up with seniors and workers against fraudsters and big corporate interests. And she stood with families and communities against transnational gangs and traffickers. And she never once hesitated to work across the aisle to improve the lives of Americans. When people came to her asking for help, she didn't ask if they were Democrat or Republicans. She simply said, "How can I help?" Now look, we get an opportunity together to build an economy that if you work hard, you don't just get by, you get ahead. And let's be clear about this. It does not matter if you're from a red state or a blue state, a big city or a small town. Everyone gets the shot to succeed in this country. That's a fight I'm proud to be part of. Look, I grew up in rural Nebraska. Population 400. Had 24 kids in my class, a bunch of cousins in there. But the thing you learn when you grow up in that small town is you understand what it means to take care of your neighbor. Same thing that happens when you grow up in a big town. You start to understand that your neighbor's and it matters, and we're all in this together, working towards the common good. Those are the values that animated Kamala and my service. That's the values that after tomorrow, we'll be able to take to the White House for the rest of this country. And you saw on the National Mall what a president looks like and sounds like. When she said she wants to be a president for all Americans, those who vote for us and those who don't. She and I both come from the middle class. We've lived this experience. We'll be relying on that experience every single day in the White House. That's why she said from day one, she'll be focused on lowering the cost of living for families and put more money back in the pockets of middle-class Americans. An opportunity agenda that makes housing more affordable, makes it easier to start a small business, makes it easier to care for our loved ones, and yeah, make this country more free. When Kamala and I talk about freedom, we mean the people should be free to make their own decisions about health care and who they love, not politicians. The freedom for our seniors to retire with dignity by strengthening Social Security and Medicare. And yeah, as a teacher and a dad, the freedom to send our kids to school without worrying they'll be shot dead in their classroom. Look, Wisconsin, I know guns. I'm a veteran. I'm a hunter. Kamala's a gun owner. We know we can uphold the Second Amendment, which we've always done, while also upholding our first responsibility, our children and their safety. Let me speak to the guys in this room. I want you to think about the women in your life that you love. Their lives are literally at stake in this election. More than 20 states now have abortion bans, and our daughters and those loved ones you're thinking of now have fewer rights than their mothers and grandmothers. When Congress passes a law to restore the right to choose, to make Roe the law of the land, President Harris will sign it into law. Because Kamala has said it, and we all know it. We are not going back. We are not going back, folks. So, Milwaukee, I'm here today on behalf of Kamala Harris and myself to humbly ask you for your votes. Elections tomorrow, and we're not taking anything for granted. Look, I did it for too many years to pass up the chance on this one. We're in the last 2 minutes of this game. This thing's tied, but we got the damn ball. We got the ball. We got the best quarterback in Kamala Harris. And we got the best team with the people right here in this room. There's gonna be a time, folks, as we get that last yard done, as we get this thing over. But here's the thing, I'll tell you what an opportunity in our time to be living in this moment, to be able to influence not just 4 years, but 40 years, to make a difference in people's lives, to improve their lives. And there's going to come a time for all of you. I know if you're young, you're not thinking it, but it will come. You're going to be sitting in that rocking chair on your porch, and you're going to be rocking away. And a little one's going to come up. They just came from school where they're learning the history of the 2024 presidential election in the United States. And they're going to wonder, what did you do during that election when you protected the American experiment, when the rule of law held, when the Constitution was the law of the land, when dictators and division and darkness were thrown out, and unity and hopeful and a new way forward were in. When everything was on the line, when that little one asked you, what did you do during that election? You're going to be able to answer, every damn thing I could. Every damn thing I could. 24 hours, Milwaukee, to a better future. 24 hours to President Harris. 24 hours to make a difference. So I know this state knows a little something about winning. So here's my ask of you. Wisconsin, win this thing for America. Let's go. Let's go. better when we all do better.
That's what we're talking about when we talk about a new way forward. On behalf of every American, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, come on, we got business to handle. Hard-working, joyful work.
Sleep when you're dead.
And when we fight, we win!
Coach of the Year right there, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the next Coach of the Year right there, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the next. It's time to travel across the state to the Steel City itself, where my friend Cedric the Entertainer is live and ready to kick this party up a notch. So let's make some noise as I pass the mic to Pittsburgh.
So just to be clear, they've got multi-city rally. They're in PA, they're in Pittsburgh, which is right here, and they're in Milwaukee. And I think there's other cities too. So this is a multi-city tour here for the digital audience, which is pretty cool. For those who are just tuning in, keep in mind I will be doing live election results all night tomorrow. So if you're not yet subscribed to any of my channels, whether it's YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, wherever I'm going to be streaming, please make sure to go ahead and subscribe. Catch me live as I do these returns as they come through. So the same kind of map that you're used to seeing on TV, I'll have that on this stream. So please make sure to subscribe to my channels if you are not yet subscribed. That is the best way to support my work. I don't do sponsorships or paid ads. I don't ever put my content behind a paywall. Simply subscribing is the only thing I ask for, and it is completely free. So thank you. And by the way, in terms of the stream tomorrow, I will be on screen doing the analysis. It's not just going to be a map. I have full county level election results, county, state, federal level election results. So we're going to be doing the whole thing tomorrow.
Hello, Pittsburgh! What's up? Whew. Y'all looking good, man. You're beautiful people tonight. How y'all feeling? You know, guys, our stories are different, but our purpose is already shared. Man, oh, my podium is off, man. It's deep. I'm sorry, my podium, my words are really far from me now, so that wasn't supposed to happen. That's all good. What's up, y'all? Let's go. Hey, and look, our stories are different, but our purpose is shared, all right? We are here to be a part of the change. Y'all know that. We are here to choose a better future. We are here to elect Kamala Harris as the next president. Because America is ready for a new generation of leadership. A president who fights for the people, who leads with joy, who takes no nonsense. Talking about she's standing on business, y'all. A president who stands for freedom, justice, and opportunity. She is not a demagogue, and yet she is not demure. Is a president who sees in us, like Kamala Harris says, good people, hard-working people. A president who will lift us up and strengthen us by all of our communities, who will walk the walk and for all the citizens of this country and leave a better future for our daughters. So tonight, let's dance. And tomorrow, let's make history. Now, please help me welcome the next President of the United States. Y'all show some love, Kamala Harris.
Keep on running, cause a winner don't quit on themselves.
Hello, Pittsburgh! Hey, everybody. Can we hear it from Cedric the Entertainer? Hey, everyone. Pittsburgh! Are we ready to do this? Are we ready to vote? Are we ready to win? Oh, it is good to be here tonight with all these leaders. I thank you all so very much. I want to thank Representatives Lee, DeLuzio. Let's send them back to the U.S. House of Representatives. Please send Bob Casey back to the United States Senate. And I thank everyone for being here and taking the time out of your busy lives to be here this evening. I love you back. I love you back. I love you back. All right, so Pittsburgh, this is it. Tomorrow is Election Day. Tomorrow is Election Day. And the momentum is on our side. Our campaign has tapped into the ambitions, the aspirations, and the dreams of the American people. And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next President of the United States. But we still got some work to do, because look, the race is not over and we must finish strong. So listen, here's the thing about the hard work. We like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And make no mistake, we will win. We will win. We will win. We will win. And we will win because when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. And we have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics driven by fear and division. We are done with that. We're done. We're done. We're exhausted with it. And Pittsburgh, we are not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. And we are not going back because America is ready for a fresh start. And we are ready for a president who knows the true measure of a leader is not based on who you beat down, it is based on who you lift up. And instead of stewing over an enemy's list, I will spend every day working on my to-do list, full of priorities to improve your life, because ours is not a fight against something, it is a fight for something. It is a fight for the future, and it is a fight for freedom, like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. Proudly. So, America, I am asking for your vote. I am asking for your vote. And here is my pledge to you. As president, I pledge to seek common ground and common sense solutions to the challenges you face. I am not looking to score political points. I am looking to make progress. I pledge to listen to those who will be impacted by the decisions I make. And we are not going back. And here's the thing, guys. We are fighting for a democracy. We are fighting for a democracy. And in a democracy, true leadership understands that the leader listens to the experts and listens to people who disagree with them. I will listen to people who disagree with me because I do not believe that people who disagree with me are the enemy. In fact, I will give them a seat at the table. That is what real leaders do. That is what strong leaders do. And I pledge to always put country above party and self, and to be a president for all Americans. So, Pittsburgh, that is my pledge to you. And to you I ask then, who here has a plan to vote? Fantastic. Okay, so help spread the word then. Polls are open here in Pennsylvania tomorrow from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. You know that. Go to iwillvote.com for all the information you need, including where and when to vote and where to drop off your mail ballot, because we need everyone to vote, Pennsylvania. You will make the difference in this election. You will make the difference. And friends, listen, we are all here together because we love our country. We love our country, and when you love something, you fight for it. And I do believe it is one of the highest forms of patriotism. I love you back. Love you back. And one of the highest forms of our love of our country is to then fight for the ideals of our country and to fight to realize the promise of America. So Pittsburgh, listen, we got one day left to get this done. So now we work to get out the vote. Let's reach out in these next 24 hours to family and friends and classmates and neighbors and coworkers. And as we do that, let us really be true to what our campaign has been about from the very start. And on that, I say, please, let us be intentional about building community. Let us be intentional about building coalitions. Because here's the thing, so much about these last several years has been about trying to make people point their fingers at each other, to have Americans point their fingers at each other, to try and make people feel alone or feel small. But let us do the work as we work toward this win of building up community and coalition and reminding everyone that we have so much more in common than what separates us. Let that be our goal. And let us remind everyone, your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power. So one last time, Pittsburgh, I ask you, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. God bless you.
Keep on running, cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
All right, so that was it. We're looking at the final rally now. That wraps it up. We are in the home stretch of this 2024 election cycle, the most important election cycle of our lifetimes. I know that is exhausting to say, but it's the reality. This election is quite literally a referendum on democracy itself, just as it was in 2020. But remember, this is a Donald Trump that is more unhinged than he was before. This is a Donald Trump that is not contending with the bulwarks to democracy that he did before. He wouldn't be surrounded by any people who would present obstacles to his plans. He would be surrounded by complete sycophants and enablers, and so that's something to take into account here. I believe that we are back. Let's see what they're going to do with the audio on this stream. Whatever they do, I'll let you know. But remember, we have multiple rallies happening at the same time here. We're in Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and Milwaukee. We heard Tim Walz speak earlier today. We just heard Kamala Harris speak. So as soon as we have any update in terms of whether this rally will keep going, I will let you know. One quick note for anybody who is watching right now who wants to stay on top of this live stream as it goes into tomorrow, not this one specifically, but as I live stream into tomorrow. For live election returns, if you are not yet subscribed, please make sure to subscribe. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure to subscribe on the YouTube channel. I'm also live on Twitch and Facebook. I think we can get out of this screen here. Okay. So if you're not yet subscribed, whether it's on Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube, please make sure to hit subscribe. I don't do commercials or paid ads or sponsorships or anything like that. The best way to support my work is simply to subscribe. So with this time that I have you right now, let's talk a little bit about what to expect tomorrow. And again, I will be live streaming election results. I will have federal, state, and county level data. I'll have a live interactive map with returns coming in real time, just like you see on the news. This is Decision Desk's first foray into live streaming, and they're doing it with me. So if you want to stay on top of this stuff and not have to figure out how to watch it on mainstream media, I know a lot of people don't even have access to mainstream media. I will have it on YouTube tomorrow. So we'll be going county by county, looking at all the states in the country, going over House races, Senate races, gubernatorial races, and of course the presidential race. So stick with me tomorrow. It's going to be a long day and an even longer night, and one that probably goes into Wednesday, if not later. So right off the bat, I can tell you that we should expect to see results finalized in North Carolina and Georgia, depending on how close they are. If they are within a hair's breadth, which is what we saw in Georgia in 2020, we may have to wait for any additional ballots to come in. So it might get later into the evening, but we should expect probably to see election results finalized in Georgia and North Carolina. As far as the blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, that may go into Wednesday. Remember, we can't even start counting mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania or Wisconsin until Election Day itself because the Republican legislature there refused to change the law. So something to keep into account, especially when Republicans inevitably start pearl clutching about there not being any finalized results in Pennsylvania or Wisconsin. It is the Republican legislatures in those two states who refuse to pass any legislation that would allow for those votes to be counted earlier. Democrats took control in Michigan. What did they do? They passed a law allowing election officials to count votes 8 days in advance. So that's the difference between Democratic leadership and Republican leadership. Democrats will actually fix the problems that Republicans wail about. Republicans won't. They want to entrench those problems because they think it redounds to their political benefit. Something to keep into a consideration here. Oh, we might have a performance? Is that true? Let's see what's happening on this rally. Oh, here we go. All right, well, I don't want to take away Katy Perry from you guys.
Take away from me, no. This is the part of me that you're never gonna ever take away from me, no. Though you're sticks in your stones, though you're bombs in the road, but you're not gonna break my soul. This is the part of me that you're never gonna ever take away from me, no. I just wanna throw my phone away. Find out who is really there for me. You ripped me off, your love was cheap, was always down at the seams. I felt deep, you let me drown, but that was then, and this is now. Now look at us. Now look at us, we're sparkling. A fire with a dancing flame. I see you in the back. Again, we're glowing. Let's go. So you can keep the diamond ring. You don't need nothing anyway. In fact, you can keep everything. Yeah. Let's go, Tony. That you never gonna ever. I see that you never gonna ever.
Oh, looks like they cut the feed for Katy Perry, but I believe that there's still going to be musical artists. So I won't end the feed the way I was going to do before.
My abilities, there's so much more to me. Somehow I'll have to make them.
Please. Now don't go anywhere because she's on her way right here to Philly. Now tonight, I've got freedom on my mind. I've got the future on my mind. I've got Georgia on my mind. You see, while our democracy was born here in Philadelphia, it grew because people rose up and spoke up across our country. Nobody knows that better than Atlanta, the cradle of the civil rights movement. Now to kick things off down south, please make some noise for our next speaker, a student at Spelman College and a first-time voter. Live from the ATL, I pass the mic to Sage Allen.
So we are heading to Atlanta now. That makes the fourth city here in this multi-city Raleigh that we've been seeing. Pittsburgh, Philly, Milwaukee, and now we're in Atlanta.
Hello, Georgia. I'm Sage Allen. I'm a senior at Spelman College, and this will be the first time that I vote for a president, and it means a lot to me, and not just because I'm voting for an HBCU grad. Vice President Kamala Harris will usher in a new generation of politics, one that includes young black women like me and so many others. She will be a light and breathe new life into our politics the same way our next performers are going to liven up this stadium. Let's give it up for the Morehouse House of Funk Marching Band.
Apparently we're going to see Kamala Harris in Philly, so do not leave this stream if you are watching right now.
Please welcome to the stage, Senator Warnock.
Well, hello, Georgia! I've got a question for you. Are you ready to elect Kamala Harris? Brothers and sisters, we have a long night ahead of us tomorrow, but the scripture tells us that joy comes in the morning. I know that's true, especially if Georgia has anything to do with it. Joy comes in the morning. We say this from experience. We know what Georgia did in 2020. We know what Georgia did for the country in 2021. We know what Georgia did in 2022. And because I'm a Georgian, I've got to put it like this: we fixing to do it again. We save this country we love. Georgia's getting ready to deliver for the whole nation. You ready to get this done? But listen, Georgia, while we are heartened by the robust early vote turnout, we've got to keep voting. This race will be won by the margin of our effort. A vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children. And our prayers are stronger when we pray together. Are you ready to pray with your lips and your legs, your hands and your feet? We do this work because we desire a nation that lives up to that grand American ideal, e pluribus unum, out of many, one. And we desire a real leader. People who have no vision traffic in division. They don't know how to lead us, so they're trying to divide us. We need a real leader. A leader who sees us. A leader who fights for us. A leader who looks out for us. All of us. Because we're not going back, we're going forward. And so I know it's been a long road. But let me tell you, every now and then I grow tired. And when I grow tired and weary because I'm a preacher, I look up. And I'd love to tell you that when I look up, I see some lofty vision written across the milky deep. But all I see is birds flying by. But I like to see geese, because geese fly in a V formation. V is for victory. And the one out front is actually working the hardest, because you can't take people where you're not willing to go. But every now and then, the one out front grows tired. And when he grows tired, he just moves further back into the formation, and she moves up and takes his place. And geese do that without an insurrection. Geese do that without shutting the whole geese government down, because geese understand that my individual location is not as important as our collective destination. We must rise together. And in order to do that, we must vote together. We must work together. We must serve together. And together, we're going to deliver tomorrow the whole future for all of our children. God bless you, Georgia. Let's get this thing done.
We are witnessing a full-on attack on hard-fought freedoms.
Think about what you're trying to do to me.
The freedom to vote.
Let your mind go, let yourself be free.
The freedom not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body. We're not going back. Are you ready to make your voices heard?
Hi, my name is Avery Davis Bell. I am a genetics researcher at Georgia Tech, a mom, and a proud Atlantan. Weeks ago, I was pregnant with my very wanted second baby. Early on, I had some pregnancy complications. Then at 18 weeks, I started hemorrhaging. This was 2 weeks ago. At the hospital, my doctors were clear. My water had broken prematurely. My baby would not survive. And what was happening could kill me. Thank you. Because of Georgia's extreme abortion ban, My doctors had to ignore their years of training and wait until I was near enough to death to intervene. No doctor should be put in that situation. No mother, no family should either. An abortion ban nearly took my life. My worst day was made much harder. But Kamala Harris has a plan. She will fight to protect our rights over our own bodies and to protect our healthcare workers. This loss is still so very fresh for me and my family, but I am here today anyway because our lives depend on it. Thank you.
For sharing your story. And thank you to the Morehouse Marching Band. Atlanta is certainly going to turn out to the polls tomorrow, as are we all. The South is ready to elect Kamala Harris. The organizing is real. The energy is electric. So let's keep it down south as we raise up and pass the mic to the rally in Raleigh, where you're about to hear from an organizer helping us win this election. Live from North Carolina, I pass the mic to Gabriella Johns.
Like it.
Please welcome Gabriella Johns.
So many girls, I hear you've been running from the beautiful queen that you can be becoming.
Raleigh, how we feeling? From Murphy to Manio, here in North Carolina, we've been building a ground game like no other. Since Kamala has first entered this race, we have knocked over 1.7 million doors. But the clock's not up, and we need your help, knocking on doors, making phone calls, and mobilizing in our communities. If we take the energy in this room right now and put it towards going out and voting tomorrow, we can send Vice President Kamala Harris to the White House. So right now, I want you to take out your phone, open up the browser and type in go.kamalaharris.com and pledge to do your part. And it's important to talk to everyone in your life and to make sure that tomorrow they know how, where, and when to vote. Because we are not taking a single vote for granted. Every vote matters. This is a movement by Americans who put country over party. And that's why our campaign has proudly welcomed folks from the other side of the aisle, like our next speaker. Please join me welcoming Scott Peoples.
What's up, North Carolina? It is an honor to be with you all here today. As a veteran of the 82nd Airborne at Fort Liberty and a proud Tar Heel, I took an oath to defend our Constitution against all threats, foreign and domestic. And although I am a former lifelong Republican, when I saw the assault at the Capitol and our peaceful transfer of power, I knew where I had to stand. That's why I am proud to vote for Kamala Harris, a leader who will unite us and fight for our veterans. And now, it is my privilege to introduce North Carolina's governor, a fighter for our rights and our future, Governor Roy Cooper!
Hello, North Carolina! Guys, we're almost there. But I want you to know that on the eve of this election, I'm not just thinking about Kamala, our fantastic candidate. I'm thinking about Kamala, my friend, and how she embodies everything good about politics and government. She's committed her life to fighting for everyday people. There is a reason that every courtroom she entered into as a prosecutor, she introduced herself as Kamala Harris, for the people. Above all else, she's a public servant, and a great one. Trust me, we go back almost 15 years together when we were state attorneys general. When the big banks were ripping off homeowners, she took them on. When the drug cartels were poisoning our streets, she stood up to them. When the scam artists were defrauding people of their hard-earned money, she exposed them. Kamala Harris gets the job done for the people. Now, guys, we're going to face a lot of challenges over the next 4 years. Good thing we have one hell of a fighter ready to take them on. And you know, it doesn't matter who you are or even who you vote for. Kamala Harris will fight for you. For families who need better health care or an affordable place to live. For parents who want better schools for their kids. For workers who are worried about a secure retirement. For our allies around the world wondering if America will have your back. For women who deserve the freedom to make decisions about their own bodies. Kamala will fight for you. And when she fights, we win. So, guess what, guys? I know this because I talked to her. Kamala's ready. The question is, are we? Are we going to fight for Kamala like she'll fight for us? All right, there's only one day left. So, are we going to knock on doors? Are we going to get people to the polls? Are we going to vote like our democracy and our freedoms depend on it? Are we going to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States? You bet we are. Let's go get him, guys. Let's go get him. Thank you very much.
Please welcome the multi-platinum Grammy Award-winning Sugarland.
We are so proud to be here with you tonight and to celebrate and support Kamala Harris. Let's have fun. Monday, hard to wake up, fill my coffee cup out the door. Yeah, the freeway, standing still today, it's gonna make me late, and that's for sure. Running out of gas and out of time. taking a chance I might find what I'm looking for. There's gotta be something more. Yeah. Well, 5 years, and there's no doubt that I'm burned out. I've had enough. So now, boss man, here's my 2 weeks. I'll make it short and sweet, so listen up. Well, I could work my life away, but why? I got things to do before I die. There's gotta be something more, gotta be more than this. I need a little less hard time, I need a little more bliss. I wanna take my chances, taking a chance I might find what I'm looking for. There's gotta be something more. Some believe in destiny, some believe in fate, but I believe that happiness is something we create. And you best believe I'm not gonna wait, 'cause there's gotta be something more. For the ladies, I get home 7:30. The house is dirty, but it can wait. Yeah, 'cause right now I need some downtime to drink some red wine and celebrate. Yeah, Armageddon could be knocking at my door, but I ain't gonna answer, that's for sure. There's gotta be something, gotta be something more, gotta be more than this. I need a little less hard time, I need a little more bliss. I wanna take my chances, taking a chance I might find what I'm looking for. Gotta be something more.
Gotta be something more.
Got to be, got to be, got
Gotta
to
be
be
more than
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. How about a big hand by the
Raleigh
way
is
for
so
Miss
on
Remy
fire
Walz
tonight. Now, my name is DJ Cassidy, and I want to see who can match that energy. When I call your city, I want to hear you all the way across the nation. I want to feel you all across the country. Now let's start with our neighbors in the Steel City. Pittsburgh, I know you're gonna rock the polls tomorrow. Milwaukee, I know you're gonna turn out tomorrow. Atlanta, are you ready to make history? Vegas, I know you're ready to make history tomorrow. Phoenix, I know you're ready to rock the boat. And let's end it here on the Rocky Steps in Liberty City, Philadelphia. If you're gonna make history tomorrow, Philly, let me hear you make some noise. The people have spoken, and the people are ready to elect Kamala Harris as the next President of the United States of America. Now let's throw it back to the desert for our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the mayor of Mesa, Arizona, John Giles.
Please welcome Mayor John Giles, the Honorable Gabby Giffords, and Senator Mark Kelly.
Thank you so much. Many years ago, I I spent an amazing summer as an intern for John McCain when I was a young law student. He is the reason I got involved in the Republican Party. I've always remembered how he taught us to put country over party. So, tomorrow, this lifelong Republican is excited to vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I know that they will put country first when they're in the White House. These last 4 years, Vice President Harris and the administration have reached across the aisle and delivered for my conservative community and countless like it. In Mesa, I'm going to ribbon cuttings every single week. That's right. All across Arizona, they've created new jobs, built new infrastructure, and so much more. In the White House, Kamala will build on that progress. She's committed to being a president for all Americans. And in order to make that happen, she'll include Republicans in her administration and convene bipartisan experts to solve our problems. She knows that the strength of our country has got to be the first priority. And if you agree, if you're ready for a new generation of leadership, if you're ready to put adults in the room, if you're ready, then tomorrow, no matter your party, I urge you to join us in choosing patriotism over politics, unity over division, and country over party. Join us in standing up for the rule of law, for the Constitution, for our democracy. Join us in voting for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And now it is my huge honor to introduce two Arizonans who exemplify public service and patriotism. Please join me in welcoming Senator Mark Kelly and Representative Gabby Giffords.
I've known the darkest of days, days of pain and uncertain recovery. But confronted by despair, I've summoned hope. Confronted by paralysis and aphasia, I responded with grit and determination. I put one foot in front of the other. I put one foot in front of the other. I found one word and then I found another. My recovery is a daily fight, but fighting makes me stronger. Words once came easily, today I struggle to speak, but I've not lost my voice. America needs all of us to speak out, even when you have to fight to find the words. I'm also in a second fight, the fight to stop gun violence. It's also a fight forged by tragedy and pain, a fight that can change lives. We are at a crossroads. We can let the shooting continue, or we can act. We can protect our families, our future. We can vote. We can be on the right side of history. Please join us in this fight. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Gabby, you amaze me every day. Folks, tomorrow's election is going to be historic. And history shows us that big things happen when we do them together. I've flown into space 4 times. And I've flown into combat nearly 40 times. Not once did I do that by myself. It took a team of people to accomplish a mission. It always does. That's why teams of organizers have been getting out the vote, because they know that every vote and every voice matters. Across Arizona, volunteers are talking to their neighbors because they know Kamala Harris will cut taxes for the middle class and lower the cost of groceries, housing, and prescription drugs. At the University of Arizona, one young woman after another told me they were voting for the very first time to protect the freedom to make their own decisions about their own bodies. And in Phoenix last week, I met iron workers who are supporting Kamala Harris because she's bringing back American manufacturing and good union jobs. And across the country, patriotic Americans are finding their voting locations at iwillvote.com. Because they know that we're going to win this election the same way we launch rockets into space and land fighter jets on an aircraft carrier, as one team on one mission. No country is better than ours at solving big problems. So tomorrow, together, let's prove it once again. Folks, there is so much at stake. Democracy, healthcare, reproductive freedom. And that's why the Harris campaign launched the Fighting for Reproductive Freedom bus tour. And this bus has crisscrossed the country. 84 stops, 15 states, 3,500 miles to let people know exactly what's on the ballot. Let's take a look.
What's your name? I'm gonna let you run that. Thanks, guys. They all do a job on the bus. It'll go a lot faster. Okay. Let's go win this thing for public. When we vote, we win.
To keep me from getting to you, baby.
viene de un lugar humilde para luchar por su gente. En Oakland ella es nacida, hija también de inmigrantes, la señora presidenta. Kamala Harris su nombre, su madre es de la India, su padre es de Jamaica. Liderazgo y visión es la que ya no le falta la señora presidenta. De luchar nunca se cansa, creció mirando al pueblo batallar por un futuro mejor. Ella también es del pueblo y para su pueblo tiene mucho amor. Que se escuche fuerte y claro una voz, juntos vamos a avanzar. La señora presidenta es un claro ejemplo, se puede lograr. Señora presidenta Kamala Harris, junto con usted ponemos nuestra confianza, nuestra fe y nuestra esperanza. Gracias por luchar por su pueblo, por sus sueños, por cada uno del pueblo y por un futuro mejor, por ese pueblo que la vio crecer y la vio. Por un futuro mejor. ¡Viva Kamala Harris! God bless America. Creció mirando al pueblo batallar por un futuro mejor. Ella también es del pueblo y para su pueblo tiene mucho amor. Que se escuche fuerte y claro una voz, juntos vamos a avanzar. La señora presidenta es un claro ejemplo, se puede lograr.
Muchísimas gracias. Gracias al original Band de Limón de Salvador Lizárraga, muy contentos de participar y estar en este bonito escenario. Muchísimas gracias. Unidos a la causa, aprovechando el momento y los medios, queremos exhortar a toda la gente que vaya a votar, no se quede sin votar. Seguimos con la música, una canción muy clásica del original, se llama La Leña de Pirul, para todos ustedes, y dice...
Now if that bus can travel 3,500 miles to fight for our rights, I know we can make it to the polls tomorrow. Now I've been passing the mic around the country, but it's time to bring it home for some Motown Philly love. Ladies and gentlemen of Philadelphia, get up, stand up, and give it up for your governor, Josh Shapiro!
What's up, Philly? You all look so good tonight. Let me say, I am so proud to be your governor, and every single day I'm working for you to advance the cause of real freedom and to get shit done here in Pennsylvania. And you know, in many ways, I think this election comes down to those same two things. Who's on your side, fighting to get stuff done for you? And who will protect your freedom? Well, to me, and I think to all of you, the answer is clear. It's Kamala Harris. But it's not just Kamala's name that's on the ballot. It's your rights and your freedoms that are on the line. And, Philly, I will tell you, I think it is our responsibility right now, just as our framers had intended, to do our part. You see, 248 years ago, it was here in Philly, just down the street, that we declared our independence from a king. And hear me on this, we are not going back to a king in this country. No, we're not. A decade later, after signing the Constitution, Ben Franklin was met outside Independence Hall on the cobblestone street. He was greeted by a woman who asked him, "What have we got? A monarchy or a republic?" Franklin looked her in the eye and said, "A republic if you can keep it." Those 5 words, "if you can keep it," that has been our charge for centuries, and it has guided every chapter in our American story. To keep it, to perfect our union. And throughout our American story, it's been ordinary Americans rising up, demanding more, seeking justice, and making progress. Now that progress has been made on the battlefield, at lunch counters, in marches, and at the ballot box. So tomorrow, when you use your pen to vote, and hear me on this, y'all better stay inside those circles when you vote. Don't go outside the lines. I want you to use that pen to vote for Kamala Harris, and I want you to use that pen to help write this next chapter in our American story. A chapter where we declare that no matter what you look like, where you come from, who you love or who you pray to, you'll have real opportunity here in America. Where the lessons we teach our children, to love thy neighbor, to treat others with respect, are the foundational values guiding our next president. And so tomorrow, let us come together to write this next chapter where we are more free, more tolerant, and where we are united in the cause of liberty and justice for all. My fellow Pennsylvanians, my fellow Americans, the task now falls to each of us. And together, let us make history and elect Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. May God bless you. Let's get to work, Philly. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Give it up one more time for Governor Shapiro! Now you know what Kamala Harris says. Hard work is good work. It's a motto being embraced all across this country as folks come together to get out the vote. Here you can see what Philly's been up to. The field offices have been absolutely buzzing with folks from all walks of life signing up to knock on doors, make phone calls, and spread the word about the future we're fighting for. And we have some awesome organizers here in Philly showing them how it's done, because that's what this city is all about. Now this campaign is all about moving our nation forward. But for our next speaker, we're gonna lean back. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for hip-hop icon and Bronx native, my friend, Fat Joe!
Yo soy boricua, pa' que tú lo sepas. Yo soy boricua, pa' que tú lo sepas. I heard they needed a Puerto Rican in Philly, and I was so happy to come out here and represent the Puerto Ricans. Tonight I'm short and sweet. It's all about pride. A couple of years back, when I seen Donald Trump come down the escalator and call my Mexican brothers and sisters rapists and drug dealers, he obviously didn't know the contributions of Mexican Americans to this country. If you didn't believe him then we had Hurricane Maria. While people were moving in waist-high water, he went to Puerto Rico and threw towels, paper towels like they were basketballs, at the Puerto Rican people. He also blocked aid to Puerto Rico for the relief fund. Kamala Harris is for us. She's for unity. She's for all Americans. Black, white, big, small, Latino, you name it, she's for us. One thing I won't do is sell my soul for anybody. If I'm out here telling you she's the one, it's because I know she's the one. A couple of weeks ago, I'm watching these people again. They told my Haitian brothers and sisters that they eat cats and dogs. Now I'm asking my Americans and my Latinos in particular, where's your pride? When is enough enough? When is enough enough? Kamala Harris brought 5 million new Latino jobs to America. Just the other day, what I call a hate rally in my neck of the woods, Madison Square Garden. Now let me tell you something, I'm a sucker for a laugh. I gotta let you know, I'm the guy they throw out the comedy show because I'm laughing too much. I think I'm a die of laughter. I find anything funny. But when they get up there and they call Puerto Rico an island of garbage, tell me how you really feel, huh? I did not find that to be a joke. Disrespected Jewish people, black people talking about carving watermelons. I mean, this is out of control. But I asked my people, mi gente latino, ¿dónde está tu orgullo? Where's your pride? So you can't keep getting stepped on and kicked when you're down. We gotta elect someone who's really for the people. Kamala Harris, she's for the people. I believe in her. And if you're the last undecided vote, you don't know who you're voting for? You gotta be kidding me at this point. If we're gonna vote for Kamala Harris tomorrow, let me hear you make some noise. everybody get out there and vote because every vote matters. Your voice matters. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Fat Joe and I'm here for Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States of America. With that being said, I am introducing one of my friends, a fellow Boricua, one of the greatest international superstars of all time, Ricky Martin!
Pégate un poco, pégate un poco más, pégate un poco. Here we go. Are you ready? Come on now, let me feel it. Yo vengo con cosas buenas para mi pueblo. Traigo amor, traigo ese suero que alegra los corazones del mundo entero. Para el dolor, para el mal de amores, nada como el repique de mis tambores. Que hay que tirarse a la calle dejando atrás los problemas. Que como decía mi madre, bailando todo se arregla. Pégate un poco más, te llaman los tambores, olvida los temores, que el tiempo se nos va. Pégate un poco más y mueve esas caderas, la cosa buena que a mí me pone mal. Ay Dios, here we go. Mueve tus caderas, muchacha morena, bailame ese ritmo con sabor a plena. Hay una pesetita, esa bellonera, para que te olvides de todas tus penas. Y esta noche quiero más, esta noche quiero fiesta. Hoy no habrá mal que por bien no venga. Unamos los corazones, hoy todos somos multicolores. Pégate un poco más, te llaman los amores, olvida los temores, que el tiempo se nos va. Pégate un poco más y mueve esas caderas, la cosa buena que a mí me pone mal. Come on, let me feel your heartbeat, everybody, come on now. That's right. Y que venga el coro con todo el amor para nuestros niños, que venga la paz y que vengan todos a bailar mi plena, bien pegadito, con mucho cariñito, que venga y que vengan ríos de bondad a todos los pueblos de la tierra, que no nos podemos olvidar que el amor puro libera y la mentira envenena, que como decía mi madre, bailando todo se arregla. Pégate un poco más, te llaman los tambores, olvida los temores, que el tiempo se nos va. Pégate un poco más y mueve esa cadera, la cosa buena que a mí me pone mal. That's right, everybody put your hands together. Traigo el fuego para mi pueblo, dale boricuas en Estados Unidos, come on. That's right, that's right. Here we go. Para quien quiera la noche entera.
Thank you, Fat Joe, and thank you, Ricky Martin. You know, they say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. But tomorrow, what happens in Vegas we're gonna travel just down the road from this theater to another iconic Vegas site. We know Vegas is union strong, so let's make some noise as I pass the mic to the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Southern Nevada Building Trades Union, Vince Saavedra, live from the MGM Grand in Las Vegas.
Please welcome Executive Secretary Treasurer of Southern Nevada Building Trades, Vince Saavedra.
What's up, Las Vegas? How you guys doing? As the son of a union iron worker and being a member myself of Iron Workers Local 416, I know what hard work looks like. I have the privilege and honor of being the first person of color elected to represent the Southern Nevada building trades. I represent 19 unions, over 30,000 working families, and one of Nevada's largest labor union organizations. Thank you. I know how much Nevada's workforce needs leaders who recognize the dedication and hard work and sacrifice that we put in every day. That's why I'm voting for Kamala Harris. She grew up in the middle class and knows how real people in this country operate. And she'll look out for guys like me because she recognizes that union labor built this country. We always have and we always will. Thank you. Here to tell you more about that is my friend, your U.S. Senator, Catherine Cortez Masto.
Hello, Las Vegas! All right, in the next 24 hours, we have a chance to make history, right? Yeah. This is something the state of Nevada knows a little something about, right? Because we are called the battle-born state for a reason. And tomorrow, we will show the country why. Now, for months now, Nevadans have been knocking on doors and sending texts and making calls about what's at stake in this election. We have rallied our families, our future, and our freedom, right? I've met so many Nevadans who are choosing country over party, unity over division, come on, and let's say it, Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. Yeah. Because the choice is clear. Do we want a president with an enemies list or a to-do list? Yeah. From day one, Kamala Harris has that to-do list, and she is going to lead with real solutions for working families. She's going to cut taxes, strengthen Medicare, and protect Social Security, right? She's going to make it easier to keep food on the table and a roof over your head. She's going to invest in American workers, in manufacturing, and yes, in clean energy, right? She's going to pass a bipartisan border security bill and work towards a fair immigration system. She's going to put the American dream within reach of more Americans, right? And yes, she is going to stand up for reproductive freedom in this country. And I'll tell you what, Nevada, we're going to stand with her as we secure a constitutional right to abortion. Because here's what we know. We all know that Kamala Harris will fight for us. So what do we need to do now? We need to fight for her, right? So how many people here have already voted? Yes. And chances are, we all know some people who haven't. So, check in with your friends, family, and neighbors, and make sure that they have a plan to vote. Every American can make a difference in this election. Tu voto es tu voz. It's your voice. Time and again. That's right. Si se puede. Listen, time and again, our state has proven that we are stronger when we stand together. When we go to battle for a brighter future for everyone, that is when we are the strongest. So, Nevada's message to America tonight is, what is it? When we vote, when we vote, thank you, Las Vegas, and thank you, Nevada.
Keep on turning, 'cause it won't be too long. Hours keep on lying, while your people keep on dying. Whoa, keep on turning, 'cause it won't.
Please welcome Christina Aguilera.
much wiser. Hey, 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 you thought I would forget. Get insurance, will never look back. Say, thanks for making me better.
Las Vegas, we love you. Thank you, Senator Cortez Masto. And thank you, Christina Aguilera. Now it's time to take a ride to the Motor City. So let's get loud for our friends in Detroit. Please welcome the Governor of Michigan, Big Gretch herself, Gretchen Whitmer.
Please welcome to the stage, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
We want to present these buffs to our governor, Big Gretch.
Throw her buffs on her face, cause that's Big Gretch. We ain't even about to stress, we got Big Gretch. You can find her in the press, under Big Gretch. Fresh in a new dress, yeah, that's Big Gretch.
Hello, Detroit. Hello, Michigan. Who is fired up to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz? This is it, folks. The whole world is counting on us. Tomorrow, let's turn the page and chart a new way forward. If you hear nothing else tonight, hear this. Big Gretch is calling on you to get out and vote. Because when Michiganders show up, America wins. We know this is a special city in a special state, and we are rising up stronger than ever before. We have each other's backs. We understand the value of hard work and the power of community. Because of the Biden-Harris administration and hard-working Michiganders, new housing is going up. New factories are being built. More union auto workers are on the line. And you know, it's a story you can see in all the cities we're sharing the stage with tonight. We're a nation of hardworking people, hopeful people. We come from all walks of life, but we all want the same things: lower costs, more affordable housing and health care, good paying jobs, safe roads, and great schools. We want our children to be happy and healthy. And we believe in the goodness and decency of our neighbors. That's our story. Together, we move forward. And my friends, we are not going back. Michigan, we deserve leaders who know us and see us. Kamala Harris is that leader, a commander-in-chief who brings people together, a fighter for working families, a leader who will always stand up for Detroit and for Michigan. Kamala Harris will be a president who leads us forward toward a brighter, more hopeful future. So here's what I need you to do, Michigan. Tonight, make a plan. Tomorrow, bring a friend to the polls. The polls are open from 7 a.m. until 8 p.m. And together, we'll win this thing and put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House. Thank you, Michigan. I love you. Thank you. And now I am so excited to introduce you to a proud Minnesotan, a public school teacher, and the next Second Lady of the United States, my friend and yours, Gwen Walz.
Just like fire, burning up the way. Rock it like the world over just one day. Watch this madness, colorful charade. No one can be just like me anywhere. Just like magic, I'll be flying free. I'ma disappear when they come from me. I kick that ceiling, what you gonna say? No one can be just like me anywhere.
Good evening, America. Are you ready? Are you ready for a new way forward? I thought so. There's just one thing left to do. We have to vote. Now, you know I'm a teacher, and this election is the ultimate group project. And guess what? It's due tomorrow. And it's pass, fail. So we are counting on you to make a plan to vote, because we are all in this together, right? That is Vice President Harris's vision for our country too. She believes in the promise of America, that no matter who you are, how much you make, or who you vote for, you belong here. And when we send her to the White House, she'll fight to make that promise a reality. Now, it feels like just yesterday that Tim and I were teaching in small town Nebraska and at Mankato West High School. Now, we even shared a classroom with a divider right down the middle. And here's a question for you. Guess whose class was louder? Tim's. But every day I heard Tim encouraging his students, determined to help every single one reach their dreams. And that same quality is what makes Tim such an effective public servant. And I thank you, and I know he will make a fantastic partner to President Kamala Harris. So will you please join me in welcoming the next Vice President of the United States, my husband, Tim Walz.
Small town. Well, hello, Detroit. Thanks to the love of my life, Gwen, for her endless support and for coming along with me on this wild ride. I also want to use this as an opportunity to thank my amazing kids, Hope and Gus. You guys are what it's all for, and I couldn't be prouder of you. And thank you to all of you. You could probably tell from these rallies all across the country tonight, this team is running like everything's on the line, because everything's on the line. But I want to take tonight to talk about one issue in particular that really underlines the stakes in this election. So let me speak to the guys in the crowd tonight. I want you to think about the women in your life that you love. Their lives are at stake in this election. Donald Trump appointed those Supreme Court justices who repealed Roe versus Wade, and he brags about it. He is glad that those women you're thinking about and you love have fewer rights than their mothers and their grandmothers. More than 20 states across this country now have Trump abortion bans. But don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Trump said to all the women here, he'll be your protector. And then he added, I'm going to do it whether the women like it or not. Well, now we're seeing.
Women turned away from emergency rooms, miscarrying in parking lots, whether they like it or not. Survivors of rape being forced to carry those pregnancies to term, whether they like it or not. Fertility clinics turning couples away at the door, whether they like it or not. Look, this is personal for so many of us, Gwen and I included. We were only able to have that family because of fertility treatments. And I will be damned if anyone in this country should be denied that same right. When Congress passes that bill to restore reproductive freedom, President Harris will sign it into law. Folks, this is getting pretty simple now. Kamala and I trust women. It's that simple. Now tomorrow, women all across America, of every age, both parties, are going to send a loud and clear message to Donald Trump, whether he likes it or not. So here it is, folks. It's our moment. The election is here. The momentum's on our side. With 1 or 2 votes per precincts in the state of Michigan, we can win the whole damn thing. We take nothing for granted. Now, Gwen and I, we think the word hope is the most powerful word in the English language. In fact, it was so powerful when we finally had that child and that little girl, we named her Hope. But while hope is a great word and a great name, it's not a damn plan. So it's time for the pep talk, folks. We are in the 4th quarter, 2 minutes left. The game is tied. But we've got the damn ball, and we got the best quarterback on the field in Kamala Harris. We don't get tired because we know there's plenty of time to sleep when you're dead. And we believe in the promise of America. We just have to fight for it. Here's the deal, folks. There's going to be a day you're going to be sitting in that rocking chair, and you're going to be rocking on that porch, and a little one's going to come home from school and ask, what did you do in the 2024 election where the American experiment survived, where the rule of law survived, where decency survived? And you're going to be able to answer, every damn thing I could. Every damn thing I could. So Detroit, it's time. And as the vice president says, when we vote, we win. Michigan, bring this thing home for America. Let's go. Let's go.
Small town, and I live in a small town. Probably die in a small town, oh, small communities. All my friends live in a small town. My parents live in the same small town. My job is a small town, but it has a little opportunity. Educated in a small town, taught to fear Jesus in a small town. Used to daydream in that small town. Another boring romantic gets
Please welcome John Bon Jovi with The War and Treaty.
Tommy used to work on docks. The union went on strike. He's down on his lucky turn. So tough. Gina was 9 and all day, working for a man. She brings home a paper love. For love. They say we gotta hold on to what we got. Doesn't make a difference if we make it or not. We got each other, that's a lot for love. Oh, love. Give it a shot. Oh, we halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Oh, living on a prayer. Tommy threw his 6-string in hot. He's holding it in when he used to make it talk so tough. Gina's dreams are running away. When she cries in the night, Tommy whispers, it'll be okay. Someday we gotta hold on to what we got. Doesn't make a difference if we make it or not. Got each other, and that's a lot for love. Oh, love. We give it a shot. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Oh, living on a prayer. We're living on a gotta hold on, be ready or not. You live for the fight when it's all that you got. And I say, whoa, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Oh, we're living on a prayer. Oh, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make Johnny used to work on the docks. And then the union went on strike. And he's down on his luck. It's tough. Hey, Tommy. It's tough.
Go to the polls tomorrow. Let's elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. America's counting on you. Thank you. Good night. They didn't have it for me. I got this. It didn't have it. Where is it? I'm very sorry. There was something that I was going to read, but they didn't have it. Here it is. Is that the top? I'm very sorry. Because the way I do see this is that political campaigns are much like football teams, as coaches said. At the center of it all is, in fact, a great quarterback like he had mentioned in Kamala Harris. But without that quarterback can't win unless that quarterback is surrounded by a great line, some receivers, and Detroit Lion fans know all about that. That is also all of you. Everybody, as I said before, who has knocked on doors, made calls, brought people together to make Kamala Harris the next president of these United States. You know that you are the reason that we are not just living on a prayer tonight. So with that, it is an honor to introduce a real teammate in this campaign. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Arthur Harrington.
Then that time I went and said goodbye.
What up, Doe Detroit? No, y'all can do better than that. What up, Doe Detroit? When we fight, when we vote. My name is Arthur Harrington, and I'm a proud Detroiter supporting Kamala Harris. And something is happening in Michigan. We feel it when we knock on doors and we have conversations with our neighbors. From the Upper Peninsula down to the city of Detroit, young people, communities of color, Democrats and Republicans, Wolverines and Spartans. We all want good paying jobs, housing that we can afford, and great opportunities for our future. We want a leader who will unite us. We want a leader who will bring us forward and not backwards. Because Michigan, say it with me, we're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. And for the first time, when Kamala Harris visited my university, my undergraduate institution of Hampton University, all the way down to here in this rally in the city of Detroit, I've seen her energy firsthand that she brings. She means what she says, and she'll deliver for communities like ours. So this year, Detroit is going hard for Kamala Harris. Now, I know some of us have walked around this state and back, but while our shoes may be worn, our souls are anything but. So run through the red tape. Keep texting your friends, keep calling your neighbors, keep speaking with your coworkers, keep knocking on doors, keep having those hard conversations. Because come January, we will elect Kamala Harris and celebrate her as our next president of the United States of America. So say this with me: I can, I will, I must vote. Thank you so much. My name is Arthur Harrington. I approve this message. Thank you.
Name's Hannah. Come here, Hannah. Shake my hand. How you doing? Good.
And bring everybody back together.
And that's exactly how I feel.
That's what I'm doing, man.
Okay, you have to stay in touch with me, okay?
I would
I'm
love
very
to.
serious about that.
Love to.
Okay. Throughout this campaign, I've seen the best of America, and I've seen what is holding you back and weighing you down. High costs, fundamental rights taken away, and politics that have driven fear and division. You deserve better. As president, I'll bring a new generation of leadership. I'll take on price gouging and bring down the cost of groceries and housing and prescriptions. I'll fight for your freedom to make your own choices, and I will protect your health care and your benefits, not take them away. The vast majority of people in our country have so much more in common than what separates them. Good people, hardworking people. We see in our fellow Americans neighbors, not enemies. We believe in each other. We believe in our country. We're not falling for these folks who are trying to divide us. Together, we'll build a brighter future for our nation, where we stand for freedom, we stand for justice, we stand for the dignity of work. We haven't yet quite reached all of those ideals, but we will die trying because we love our country. Now, the baton is in our hands. I pledge to seek common sense solutions to make your life better. And I pledge to be a president for all Americans. Now I'm asking for your vote, because as president, I will get up every day and fight for the American people. I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Detroit, 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 Detroit! Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. We still have our food trucks out here. We still have another performance coming up. Don't go anywhere. Just sit back, relax, and we have one more performance coming up, okay? Okay? All right.
Hey, yo.
How y'all feeling?
Hey.
Y'all feeling good?
Hey.
How y'all feeling about freedom?
Hey,
When I say freedom, y'all say, hey, freedom! Freedom!
Hey, yeah, too.
Freedom!
Hey, yep.
All right, y'all in for a
Hey,
treat.
two. Hey, two. Yeah, two. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, two. Hey, two. Hey, two. Yeah, two. There we go.
Please welcome to the stage Detroit Youth Choir.
Telling these tears gonna fall away, oh, may the last one burn in flame. Freedom! Woo! Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Hey! I break chains on my mind. Let my freedom ride in hell. Hey! I'ma keep it running 'cause we're winning up with ourselves. Yes, it's here.
and the Detroit Youth Choir. Give it up for the future Second Lady, Gwen Walz, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. And how about War and Treaty and John Bon Jovi? Detroit is definitely on fire tonight. Now, we're back in Philly, Philadelphia. Are you ready to hear from the next President of the United States of America? It's almost that time, Philly. But first, we're gonna hear from another organizer helping us win this election. A woman who has been leading and organizing across this great state, making calls, knocking on doors, giving everything she's got. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Philly's very own Janae Taft.
What's up, Philadelphia? My name is Janae Taft, and I am so proud to be a Philly native, born and raised. I've spent years organizing throughout our state, but I have to be honest with you guys. Nothing's quite come close to what I've seen over the last 2 days. Not just because our birds had the link popping yesterday. This past weekend alone, we knocked over 1.3 million doors across the state. That's more than 1,000 doors a minute, guys. So we know the momentum is growing, but we still need a little help. We need that tush push to get us into the end zone. So when I step off the stage, I need you guys to do something for me. I need you to type in go.kamalaharris.com and sign up for a few volunteer shifts. And when you get home tonight, call everybody you know and make sure that they have a plan to vote tomorrow as well. In Pennsylvania, the polls are open from 7 a.m. until 8 p.m. And if they still have a mail-in ballot at this point, tell them to drop it off in the nearest drop box location. Do not put it in the mail. Drop it off before 8 p.m. because this election depends on all of us. So let's wake up on Wednesday with no regrets, because we're not going back.
It took all the strength I had not to fall apart.
You love it how I move you. You love it how I touch you, my one. When all is said and done, you believe God is a woman. And I feel it after midnight, a feeling that you can't fight, my one. It lingers when we're done. You believe God is a woman. I don't wanna waste no time, yeah. You ain't got a one-track mind, yeah. Have it any way you like, yeah. And I can tell that you know I know how I want it. Ain't nobody else can relate. Boy, I like that you ain't
One, two. Philly, are you with me tonight? I want us to sing together this evening.
Just a small town girl.
Let me hear you. You sound so beautiful out there. We're gonna take this celebration to the next level.
Just a city.
I want you to sing it again. I love you.
He took the midnight train going anywhere.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy, and I want to thank you all for joining us this evening. We're gonna celebrate life tonight. We're gonna celebrate love tonight.
A singer in a smoky room.
It feels so good.
The smell of wine and cheap perfume.
We can't stop believing.
For a smile they can share the night. It goes on and on.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Strangers waiting.
I see you rocking tonight.
Up and down the boulevard, their shadows searching in the night.
I said the party has just begun.
Streetlights, people, living just to find emotion. Hiding somewhere in the night.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, my name is DJ Cassidy, and this is Election Eve. Coming to you live from the Rocky Steps in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Philly, are you with me tonight? Now, tonight is a celebration. A celebration of love. A celebration of life. A celebration of our nation. So let's get this celebration started. So are you ready to dance? Because I'm ready to dance. And are you ready to sing? Because I'm ready to sing. And are you ready to move? Because I'm ready to move. And are you ready to rock? Because I'm ready to rock. I'm so ready to rock. Are you ready to rock? It goes 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
You remember
Yes, I do.
when it was like September?
Say what? Say what?
Love was changing the minds, tender.
Uh-huh.
While chasing the clouds away.
Party people in the place with you, you know, rocking the Cassidy.
Ringing
Oh,
key that souls are singing.
you feel good?
As we dance in the night, remember
I feel good.
how the stars rule the night away.
1, 2, 3, let's sing. Say what? Sing it now. Philly. I see you rocking over there. I see you rocking over there. Ladies and gentlemen, I can feel your love. Oh,
Hands with your heart to see you.
you feel good.
How we knew love was here to stay.
I said the party has just begun. I said the party has just begun.
Now December.
Oh.
Love shared in September.
Okay, now.
Blue top love, remember.
We're gonna sing.
Love we shared today.
1, 2, 1, let's go. Louder. Feel the love all around now. I can feel the love.
Love train, love train. The next stop that we make will be England.
Now, ladies and gentlemen,
Tell all the folks in Russia and China too.
if you came here tonight,
Don't you know that it's time
to see our next president, I want to see your hands in the air.
this train keep on riding, riding on.
Your love. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
All over the world, don't need no money. Come on, start a love train. Don't need no tickets. Come on, join, ride, ride this train, y'all. Love train, love train. Listen, baby. Listen, baby.
Thank you to all our organizers. You look so beautiful out there. This is truly a magical night. I feel like we're inspired. I feel like we're ready. I feel like we're on the edge of glory. Yeah, you heard me, party people. It's that time. So, ladies and gentlemen, give a big Philly welcome for the one, the only, Lady Gaga.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night.
For more than half of this country's life, women didn't have a voice. Yet we raised children, we held our families together, we supported men as they made the decisions. But tomorrow, women will be a part of making this decision. Today, I am holding in my heart all the tough, tenacious women who made me who I am. I cast my vote for someone who will be a president for all Americans. And now, Pennsylvania, it's your turn. The country is depending on you. So tomorrow, let's make sure all your voices are heard. Come on, let's go! Now it's my privilege to introduce someone who knows how to support a powerful woman, the soon-to-be first gentleman of the United States, Doug Emhoff.
Thank you, Lady Gaga. She was awesome, right? All right, here we are. Over these 15 weeks, America has gotten to know, admire, and trust the Kamala that I love. You've seen her step up. That's what she does. Wherever she's needed, however she's needed. I saw it when I trusted Kamala with our family's future, and it was the best decision I ever made. Now tomorrow, America will choose who to trust with our nation's future. Now Kamala was the right person for me at an important time in my life, and she is the right president for this moment in our nation's history. She brings joy and toughness to every task with that laugh and that look. She brings her deep experience to every decision, always disciplined, always focused. And Kamala also brings empathy to every challenge. And as president, she's never going to stop thinking about you and your family. Now, every night of this journey over just 15 weeks, she and I talk about the people we met and the stories they shared, their struggles and their dreams. So as you consider your vote, maybe it's that simple. My wife cares about what you're going through. She understands what's in your way, and she has concrete plans to help us keep moving forward. Now, isn't that what we want for the next 4 years? A president who respects us, a leader with a positive, inclusive vision of America where everyone belongs, everyone has a place. So before we hear from Kamala, I'm incredibly honored to introduce someone who knows something about listening to others and lifting them up. Please welcome Oprah Winfrey.
Philadelphia, I am here with 10 first-time voters for Philadelphia. So Phoenix, I hear you did research before voting.
I did. It was really important to me that the policies that Kamala Harris has proposed for women's reproductive rights and education equality are what led me to cast my ballot for her.
Fantastic. And Eddie, I heard you stood in line because?
Because honestly, it was an honor as an African American to exercise my right to vote, which my ancestors fought so hard for. And as a professional soccer player for the Philadelphia Union, I know that God, He gave me the opportunity to be a leader in this platform to encourage my peers and all of you out here to stand for what's right. Go Kamala.
And Sophia, you haven't voted yet, but you're getting up at what time tomorrow to go vote?
7 a.m.
7 a.m. when it's open, okay?
And my family's from Puerto Rico, so voting.
Puerto Rico!
So voting this election just means so much to me, and I plan to become a future OBGYN, and I'm so excited to vote for Kamala Harris to ensure my future patients' freedom.
That's fantastic. We need more female OBGYNs. And so all of you are voting tomorrow morning, getting up early, voting tomorrow morning. Thank you for exercising your freedom of expression and your power as citizens of this country. How many first-time voters? Raise your hand, first-time voters. Beautiful to see you. Thank you all for coming here tonight and representing all the people who will be voting tomorrow. Those of you who have not voted, thank you so much. You know, on January 20th, 1961, President John F. Kennedy issued a challenge. He said, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. Well, I'm here to tell you that what you can do for your country, what you can do for democracy here, and what you can do for the spirit of John Lewis and all the others who dared to walk across that bridge in Selma and fight for justice for us all. What you can do for every pregnant young woman who has died because she was not eligible to receive the emergency medical care she desperately needed because of an abortion ban. What you can do for yourself and what you can do for everyone and everything you cherish is vote. And if you are watching or hearing me right now and you haven't already, you have got to vote. And listen, I know that some of you are feeling burnt out and bruised and maybe inconsequential. Nothing could be further from the truth. Every single vote, every one is going to matter. That's why I've come to Philadelphia tonight. And yesterday I was all the way across the country and I was hiking on a Sunday afternoon and I met a woman named Angela who told me that she was going to sit this one out. Now, I know she was immediately sorry she told me that, because I would not let up. So I said, sit this one out. We don't get to sit this one out. If we don't show up tomorrow, it is entirely possible that we will not have the opportunity to ever cast a ballot again. And let me be very clear. If you do not make sure that the people in your life can get to the polls, that is a mistake. Deciding not to decide, that is most definitely a vote to let other people control your future. Now, we all know what we're voting against. So I want to end by reminding you about a few things that we're voting for. We are voting to defend and protect the Constitution of the United States. We are voting for values. We are voting for values and integrity. We are voting for the right to choose what happens to our own bodies. We are voting to save ourselves from this precipice of danger where we now stand. All the anxiety and the fear you're feeling that because you sense the danger, and you change that with your vote. We are voting for healing over hate. Now, I believe in this promise of America. America has been the greatest country in the world for me. I believe that if you and I and the voters you see on this stage show up for our country tomorrow, if we answer that call that President Kennedy made more than 6 decades ago, then we have the power to choose a leader who will see us. She sees us, and she will do her mighty best to serve all of us. I believe we can do that, and I know she can do that. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. And to say it and sing it and drive that message home, put your hands together for Will.i.am.
Yeah. Mama, what's wrong with America? Why can't we get along in America? Something's going on in America. People entertained by the predator. We used to be united in America. Now we just divided in America. We're all immigrants, different characters, but together, you know, we could break down the barriers. So register and vote for your life. Do it for your daughters and your sons and your wife. If you're a woman, then vote for your rights. And don't let them take away your rights. We could be better than we ever been. We about to have a woman president. Haters gonna say that we can't, but the word American says that I can. And yes, she can. Let me hear you say, 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 yes, she can. Say, yes, she can. Say, yes, she can. Hey, yes, she can. 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 Oh, she can. Yes, she can. Every woman. Yes, she can. Yes, she can.
Philadelphia, Will.i.am. Philadelphia, welcome the next president of these United States, Kamala Harris.
Yes, she can. Let me hear you say, yes, she can. Let me hear you say, let me hear you say, yes, she can. Let me hear you say,
freedom, I can't move. Freedom, cut me loose. Yeah, freedom, freedom, where are you? 'Cause I need freedom too. I break chains all by myself. Won't let my freedom rot in hell. Hey, I'ma keep on running 'cause the winner don't quit on themselves. I'ma wade through the waters till the tide don't move. I'ma riot through your borders. Call me bulletproof. Lord, forgive me, I've been.
Good evening, Philadelphia. Good evening, everyone. First of all, can we hear it for Oprah, please? And the first, second gentleman of the United States, my husband. Oh, it's good to be back. It's good to be back and to be with so many incredible leaders, including Bob Casey. Let's send him back to the United States Senate. I want to thank all the outstanding artists and performers who are here tonight and sharing the gift that they have with all of us. I thank you all so very much. And to everyone here, thank you for taking time out of your busy lives to be here, for us to all be here together, showing who America is, that we are all in this together. We are all in this together. So Philadelphia, you ready to do this? Are we ready to vote? win! Oh, it's good to be back in the city of brotherly love, where the foundation of our democracy was forged. And here at these famous steps, a tribute to those who start as the underdog and climb to victory. So America, it comes down to this. One more day, just one more day in the most consequential election of our lifetime, and the momentum is on our side. Our campaign has tapped into the ambitions and the aspirations and the dreams of the American people. We are optimistic and we are excited about what we can do together. And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next President of the United States of America. However, the race ain't over yet, and we must finish strong, and this could be one of the closest races in history. Every single vote matters. So let me ask you, who here has a plan to vote? All right, well, help spread the word. Here in Pennsylvania, polls are open tomorrow morning from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., and no matter what state you live in, if you are watching this, please go to iwillvote.com for all the information you need, including when and where to vote and where to drop off your mail-in ballot. And I also ask you to please talk with your friends and your family and your neighbors. Share your perspective on why you took the time to be here this evening and why this election is important to you. Encourage folks to make their voices heard, because we need everyone to vote in Pennsylvania, and you will decide the outcome of this election, Pennsylvania. So with only a few hours left, we still have work to do, and as you've heard me say before, we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work, and make no mistake, we will win. We will win. And we will win. We will win. And we will win because when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. And we have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics that has been driven by fear and division. We are done with that. We're done. We're exhausted with it. America is ready for a fresh start, ready for a new way forward where we see our fellow American not as an enemy, but as a neighbor. And we are ready for a president who knows that the true measure of a leader is not based on who you beat down, but based on who you lift up. And Pennsylvania, you know me, I'm not afraid of tough fights. For decades, as a prosecutor and the top law enforcement officer of the biggest state in this country, I won fights. I won fights against the big banks when they ripped off homeowners. I won fights against for-profit colleges that scammed veterans and students, against predators who abused women, children, and seniors, against cartels that trafficked in guns and drugs and human beings. My entire career has been driven by a singular purpose: to fight on behalf of the people. on behalf of the people. And it is my pledge to you that if you give me a chance to fight on your behalf as president, there is nothing in the world that will stand in my way. And instead of stewing over an enemies list, I will spend every day on your behalf working on my to-do list, full of priorities to improve your lives. Together, we will build an economy where we bring down the cost of living. We will ban corporate price gouging on groceries. We will make housing and childcare more affordable. We will cut taxes for workers, for middle-class families and small businesses. We will lower health care costs, including the cost of home care for seniors. Because on the issue of health care, I absolutely believe access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And to anyone out there watching this while we're here, who still is trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act and take us back to the days when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions, well, Philly, you know what I'm about to say. We are not going back. We are not going back. We're not going back. And we are not going back because ours is a fight for the future and ours is a fight for freedom, including the most fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. So, America, I am asking for your vote. And here is my pledge to you. As president, I pledge to seek common ground and common sense solutions to the challenges you face. I am not looking to score political points. I am looking to make progress. And I pledge to listen to those who will be impacted by the decisions I make. I pledge to listen to experts. I pledge to listen to people who disagree with me. Because you see, I don't believe that people who disagree with me are the enemy. I'll give them a seat at the table. That's what real leaders do. That's what strong leaders do. And I pledge to always put country above party and self, and to be a president for all Americans. So Philadelphia, we are here together for many reasons, but probably one of the most important, because we love our country. We love our country. And when you love something, you fight for it. And I do believe it is one of the highest forms of patriotism, of our expression, of our love for our country, to then fight for its ideals, and to fight to realize the promise of America. I have always believed in our nation's promise because I have lived it. I grew up as a child of the Civil Rights Movement. My parents would take me to the marches when I was in a stroller. And we all know, and we've read about it, At those marches, there were people from every walk of life who came together to fight for freedom and for opportunity. You know, growing up, I saw how hard my mother worked to give her daughters the same chances our country gave her. And I was blessed growing up to have family by blood and to have family by love, who instilled in me the values of community, of compassion, and faith. I've spent my life fighting for people who have been hurt and counted out, but who never stop believing that in our country, anything is possible. I have lived the promise of America, and today, I see the promise of America in everyone who is here, in all of you. We are the promise of America. We are the promise of America. I see its promise in the fathers and the mothers and the grandparents across our nation who work so hard every day for our children's future. I see it in the women who refuse to accept a future without reproductive freedom, and in the men who support them. I see it in people of all ages who have knocked on doors, made calls, sent texts, and who will spend tomorrow driving their fellow Americans to the polls. I see it in Republicans who have never voted for a Democrat before, but who put the Constitution of the United States above party. And I see the promise of America in all the young leaders who are voting for the very first time. Where are you? I know you're here. I know you're here. And you who are determined to live free from gun violence, who are determined to tackle the climate crisis, who are ready to shape the world you inherit. To you in particular, I say, I see your power, and I am so proud of you. Can we all applaud our first-time voters? So, America, we started this campaign 107 days ago. And from the beginning, ours has not been a fight against something, it has been a fight for something. A fight for a future with freedom, with opportunity, and with dignity for all Americans. Our campaign has brought together people from all corners of this nation and from all walks of life, united by our love for our country and our faith in a brighter, stronger, and more hopeful future that we will build together. And tonight, then we finish as we started, with optimism, with energy, with joy, knowing that we, the people, have the power to shape our future, and that we can confront any challenge we face when we do it together. Generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom. And now, the baton is in our hands. And to everyone who continues to pour so much of yourselves into this campaign as an extension of your love for our country, I thank you for your time, your effort, and the heart you are putting into this. And together, I know that together we are also intentional about, in this process, building community, and building coalitions. And because of you, each of you, and collectively, our people-powered movement reflects a simple and undeniable truth that we are all in this together. We are all in this together. So we have one day to get this done, which means now we need to get to work and get out the vote. So let's reach out once again to our family members, friends, classmates, neighbors, co-workers, knowing and reminding them that we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And let us please remind everyone that your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power. So tonight I ask you one last time, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
All right, that was the final rally of this election cycle. My God, it feels kind of crazy to think that this is all coming to a head tomorrow. I hope everybody feels good, or as good as you could feel going into this election. I'll give you some insight into how I feel insofar as that's useful or valuable to anybody. I feel as good as I could possibly feel heading into tomorrow. Not only because the momentum is in Kamala's favor, not only because the polls have been moving in Kamala's favor, including this Ann Seltzer poll out of Iowa, which I think is very telling. Not only because of the fact that more Americans have voted early this cycle than in any other cycle before, but also because I think the biggest thing is the gender gap that we're seeing thus far. And let's go switch to YouTube small here. I'll keep it playing. The gender gap that we've seen thus far, where women are overperforming men. We're also seeing an enthusiasm gap, which is falling in Democrats' favor by about 10 points. So we have an enthusiasm gap, Democrats over Republicans. We have a gender gap, women over men. We have strong polls like the Iowa poll from Des Moines Register and Seltzer. And we have the momentum in our favor right now. We also have the fact that Dobbs has been an issue in election after election after election, and people love to pretend that it's not an issue anymore, but every single election is proof that in fact it is.
Before y'all go home tonight, I'm gonna sing you just one more song.
We got Lady Gaga
here. We're on the edge of something big. I feel so lucky to be here with you all tonight. I love you so much.
There ain't a reason you and me should be alone tonight, yeah, baby. But I got a reason that you who should take me home tonight. I need someone who thinks it's right when it's so wrong tonight, yeah.
Where's all my ladies at?
Oh, it's hard to feel the rush, to brush the danger. I'm gonna run right to the edge with you, where we can both fall far in love. I'm on the edge of glory, and I'm hanging on a moment of truth. Out on the edge of glory, and I'm hanging on this moment with you. I'm on the edge, right on the edge. I'm on the edge, right on the edge of glory, and I'm hanging on this moment.
Pennsylvania.
Another shot before we kiss the other side tonight, yeah, baby. I'm on the edge of something final, we call life tonight. Alright, alright. Put on your shades, 'cause I'll be dancing in the flames tonight, yeah, baby. It isn't hell if everybody knows my name tonight. Alright, alright. 'Cause it's hard to feel the rush, to brush the dangerous. I'm gonna run right to the edge with you, where we can both fall in love. I'm an American woman on the edge of glory, and I'm hanging on a moment of truth. Out on the edge of glory, and I'm hanging on this moment, barely with you. On the edge, the edge, the edge, the edge, the edge, the edge, the edge. I'm on the edge of glory, and I'm hanging on this moment. I'm on the edge with you, with you. I'm on the edge with you.
As long as we have each other, we're gonna be all right.
I'm on the edge. I'll be right there with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy, and that was Election Eve, live from Philadelphia and across the nation. Thank you all for coming together tonight. We made history with the biggest Get Out the Vote rally of all time, and tomorrow we make history again. We know what we have to do. Tell a friend and tell a friend, and make sure everyone in your life has a plan to get to the polls and elect our next President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. Thank you, Milwaukee, Atlanta, Raleigh, Phoenix, Vegas, Pittsburgh, Detroit, Philly, and everyone else around the nation. My name is DJ Cassidy. We love you, we love you, we love you. And remember,
Guys, I gotta let you know something. It is officially Election Day right now. Happy Election Day. This is it. We have been waiting for this day for a long, long, long time. I know a lot of people who are watching this right now have watched either this channel or political coverage, have been engaged in the political process for years, all leading up to today. There is still work to do. Remember, about less than half of the votes are in already. I believe 80 million Americans have voted. We probably have another 80 million more. That means that, again, there's a lot of work to do. Everybody has an obligation here, a responsibility here to reach out to their circles of people, find one or two people who may not have voted, who don't have a plan to vote in this election, and make sure that they have a plan. Maybe people who just aged into the process, make sure they have a plan. Maybe people who have voted for Trump but are soft on him, make sure they have a plan. Do your part. Make sure you talk to one or two or three people in this election cycle, well, pretty much in the next few hours here, and help push us over the finish line. Here's my take on what to expect tomorrow. Here's what I think is going to happen. If this gives you some comfort as you head to bed tonight and head into tomorrow, I think that we are going to win Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and North Carolina. I haven't decided yet how I feel about Georgia, and I don't think we're going to eke one out in Arizona, but I do think Kamala Harris is going to win with more than 300 electoral votes. And I have looked at the polls all day long, every day. I have decided which ones are good enough that I think I believe them. And this isn't just partisan-wise, right? Like, you're looking at accurate polls. I've looked at the Ann Seltzer poll. I believe it. I'm looking at other polls that are flooding the zone right now from Republican pollsters. Don't believe them. I know that all pollsters are overweighting Republican respondents because they don't want what happened in 2016 and 2020 to happen again. But I have covered every election result since 2022 and watched since Dobbs was overturned as Democrats have overperformed in every election, 2022 and 2023, in places like Ohio and Kansas and Kentucky and Alabama. And I am absolutely convinced that when voters have the ability yet again tomorrow to show up to the polls in an election that is yet again a referendum on women's reproductive rights, that they will turn out and that Democrats will once again win. I think that the pollsters' responsibility is to try and keep people, is to protect their reputation from looking like for three election cycles in a row they understated Republican support. That's good for them. That's not my priority. I'm not worried about what pollsters are going to do to make sure to protect their reputations among Republican voters or news consumers across the country. I'm only concerned with what I think is actually going to happen, and I do think that we are going to exceed 300 electoral votes. I think they're going to be close, but I think that we're going to win. Again, I think the blue wall is going to stay blue. I think we're going to win North Carolina, and I think we're going to win Nevada. I think if we win Georgia, it'll be a squeaker, and I even do think we're going to win Iowa, because Ann Seltzer has been wrong one time, and it was in 2004. If you have to go back to 2004 for the last time she missed on a presidential poll, I think that says something about what's happening, not just in Iowa, but across the country right now. So I think that we are going to win this election. I feel as good as one could possibly feel while teetering on the precipice of autocracy, but I do feel good, and I am looking forward to tomorrow. I do know that there is a lot of work to do right now, and so I beg of you watching. I know that there are people watching this live stream right now who have the ability to reach out to family members, to friends, especially ones who live in swing states, but not just those who live in swing states. Remember, the House will be won or lost based on what happens in New York and California. So no matter where you live, make sure you're reaching out to your loved ones, your friends, your family, and make sure that they have a plan to vote tomorrow. Make those people your responsibility. For the last time this election cycle, I will repeat my most repeated story, and that is the difference in 2020 in the tipping point state between a Biden win and a Trump loss in Wisconsin was 2 votes per precinct. That's it. That's what separated Joe Biden winning the tipping point state. 2 votes per precinct. So do not underestimate the power that you have just by virtue of having a few more people go to the polls. Remember, Democrats won Georgia in 2020 by 0.2 of a point. That's it. 0.2 of a point. They won Wisconsin by 0.6 of a point. They won Pennsylvania by a point. They won Michigan by just over 2 points. These elections are not won on margins of millions of people. They're not won on margins of hundreds of thousands of people. They may not even be won on margins of tens of thousands of people. We may see margins of tens of thousands of people. Everybody has agency here. If we didn't, Republicans wouldn't be trying so goddamn hard to take our votes away. So please make sure that you have a plan to reach out to your circles of people and that those people can exercise their right to vote tomorrow. So that's where we're at right now. One quick note, I will be doing live election coverage tomorrow, all day, all night, and into the week until we have a declared winner. I am working with Decision Desk HQ for live instant results, federal level, state level, and county level. So the exact kind of results that you see on cable TV is what you'll see on my channel, depending on whether it's on YouTube. I will also be streaming on Twitch. I'll also be streaming on Facebook Live. So if you want to see up to date, up to the minute, county level data, state level data, federal data for election returns as they come in, updated live, just like you would see on mainstream media, I will be working with Decision Desk HQ in their first foray into streaming. So I'm very excited about this and very excited that you guys are going to be able to follow along. Really been looking forward to this for a long time, and going to be a lot to do tomorrow. So everybody, rest up, stay hydrated, stay positive. I saw somebody call it nauseously optimistic. I think that is a pretty good way to think about how we're going to be doing this right now. So let's all stay nauseously optimistic together, hydrated, and prepared for what's going to come tomorrow. Again, everybody try to do one thing at least tomorrow in terms of getting somebody out to vote, whether it's knocking on doors with a campaign, any campaign, a local campaign, a Senate campaign, a presidential campaign, whether it's reaching out to people, whether it's going to Kamala Harris's website to phone bank. Do your part tomorrow. Do not look back a week from now and wish that you could have done more if the worst situation were to befall us. Do more now in advance of any bad news. There's always more help to be given here. So thank you for tuning in. Appreciate it. Looking forward to tomorrow. We are 9 minutes into Election Day right now. It is going to be a long day. I'm going to get some sleep, and I hope you will too, because tomorrow is going to be late. To answer one quick question that I know people are going to have, will we know the results tomorrow? Maybe. It depends. It depends on how close the elections are. We are likely to see it is very possible we can see results in North Carolina and Georgia. It is possible, but I would say semi-likely to unlikely, so just possible that we could see results in the blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Probably more of a Wednesday thing, if not a little bit later, depending on how close the results are. And then Arizona and Nevada, forget about it. We may be waiting a week to get those election results, but it could be a few days. Everything depends on how close these races are. Again, if we have enough votes in and one candidate is winning by a margin bigger than the votes that are still outstanding, then they're going to be able to call it. But if it's as close as we think it's going to be, then of course we'll have to wait for all of the ballots to come in, all of the ballots to be counted. But we will have accurate results right here on this channel, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and possibly Instagram. We're waiting and seeing. So that's it. Looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thank you all for tuning in. Get some rest, and see you all on the other side. Thanks, everybody. One last thing. To make sure to catch this channel, please subscribe. Hit the subscribe button. Depending on, doesn't matter what platform you're watching, hit the subscribe button. That is the best way to support my work here. It's also the best way to support me in the sense that I don't do sponsorships or paid ads or anything like that. So just subscribing to the channel is the most I could ask for you. So see you all tomorrow. Thank you, and have a good night, everybody.